Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Sunday stream. I trust we are all splendid today. Thought I'd start as I usually do, by just going over what I've been up to for the past couple of days. So the first thing, as you've no doubt noticed from the last dev update, is I've added a video screen to the conference room. So at the moment, this literally just plays YouTube videos, but the full plan for this screen is that it'll have a full UI, and you'll be able to look up crew roster data, look at current mission profiles, and accessing videos is kind of the least of the things that this thing will do. But for now, it can just play YouTube videos. So if I paste in the video, it loads it. And there we go, there's the trailer. Stand up here so it's not quite so loud. So, annoyingly, it doesn't seem to be able to do active live streams. I mean, let's let me just Alt-Tab and try that, just to prove the point. Where's the stream? There it is. Where's the stream? Ugh. Streaming myself while streaming. It's a bit like dividing by zero. Right, so if I pop the stream URL on there, yeah, it doesn't load it. So for some reason it can't do active live streams. I think the way they're handled on YouTube's side is different, so that's probably why. But this is a plugin that I got from the Unreal Marketplace, so I will speak to the plugin author and see whether there's a way around that. The other thing we have to do is just check that we are compliant with YouTube's API, because they have a whole section on API compliancy, and there's quite a few rules that you have to adhere to, like making sure that the video title is clearly displayed, the channel is clearly displayed, and there was also a section on there on comments as well, and I'm not sure whether it needs to display comments or not, but I shall have a look. It might involve a conversation with YouTube. Yeah, and the ads thing is odd, because it's not showing the ads, and I'm guessing that's because the ads are part of the API, because it's just taking the raw feed from YouTube. It's kind of bypassing the ads section of the API, so that's something YouTube would likely have a problem with. So there's a few things that we'll need to sort out maybe before this can be signed off as a permanent feature. But I know that like Tabletop Simulator, they have YouTube players in that, but they're part of like a web browser within the game. So the workaround that we might need to have to implement as well is to just put a web browser within the game, and that kind of solves all the compliance issues because it's just a web browser at that point. But yeah, okay. Worst case scenario, it can play files locally off your hard drive. So yeah, so there's that. Oh, and in case anyone was wondering about sort of moderating this, obviously that is a concern, and YouTube as a channel, as a platform, is moderated, so hopefully there's nothing on there that's too bad that people can just randomly play. But the long-term solution to this is going to be that the ability to change the video will be pin-locked by the server host. So you won't be able to have random people just coming onto your game and just playing random videos, because that's never going to go down well. But the server host can give the pin to whoever they want to, trusted people. Yeah, I'm very innocently minded. I don't go to the darker areas of the web. What else did I do? Yeah, so other thing I've done is I've changed the way that the galaxy generates sectors a little bit, or more specifically the way that it organizes the data. So when it's sorting the sectors and removing stars that are too far away, and kind of organizing the stars by distance from the ship's current location, I've now put that on the background thread. Now in the editor, it's still hitching. It doesn't seem too bad within the game itself when it's packaged, but I'll be doing more work on that. And the other thing is when you zoomed out fully before on the external ship camera, the stars would move around when you move the camera, as well as the nebula stuff, and that was a side effect of the star field being too small around the ship. So I've extended that out quite a bit. It's now on a scale of, I think it was 10 million centimeters per light year. So it's about 100 kilometers per light year. So all these stars you see in the sky there, they are all physically represented in the game world, and they're all spheres, and the scale of that sphere is scaled based on the distance to the ship, so they all appear the same size no matter how far away they are. And again, that's 100 kilometers per light year within the game world, and it all seems to handle that fine, so that is good. And the other issue we had with that is that the nebulas were too small, which didn't help. And if we do minus 25,500, if we cheat our way over there, so we're now inside the nebula, and again we had the same problem where when you zoomed out too far from the ship, when you were moving around, the nebula itself would be kind of moving with the camera, and as you can see, that no longer happens. So that's all fixed now. And I've also kind of optimized the shader a bit and just changed the way that the nebulas are displayed, so they're a little bit more realistic now. They're not quite so self-luminescent like they were. They still should be very pretty though. Yes, Ben, the dev build can use the commands. For now, anyway. Thanks, Voorhees, I'd forgotten to change that. Commander Delta, I'm not sure what you mean. Communication between the server and host. Anasi, yes, they already do. So this particular nebula is just a test nebula that I plonked manually in this position. But scattered throughout the galaxy, you will find blue nebulas. Again, they're just a test right now, so they're all the same blue nebula, but those ones are open clusters, and they will contain the only places you'll find O-class stars, and they have quite a high concentration of B-class stars as well. thanks Zephyr, it's all good fun. Okay, let me just see if I can find one. So if we do, like, I don't know, let's go 500 light years in that direction. Since we had the Great Galactic Reset, I haven't actually seen any open clusters. They should appear like that, but blue. There used to be one fairly close to Sol, but that's not there anymore. Why don't we use the actual tool that was designed for the task? So get rid of that. So of course, over here on the galactic positioning mode, if we pop that down there, then we can just casually browse through the galaxy. You can see here the region type, and what we're looking for is spiral, not spiral arm, rather an open cluster. Not too high. Let's take it down. Yeah. I did change the rarity of open clusters, so they should be around. Did I go ahead and make them? Oh no, as I say that, I find one. Right, so you can see that this is an open cluster over here, and we've got, is that 9? What is that? 8 O-class? How many is that? 8. So we've got 8 O-class stars and 47 B-class stars. So that's a much higher concentration of young stars than you would find anywhere else in the galaxy. So long term, reasonably short term, when you go onto the long range sensors, I want this to pick up whatever it was you entered here. So if you then switch the focus to this location, then what you see displayed here and here is all the data from this particular sector. So it would be all this stuff that you see, so that you can plot a course directly, to that sector. Why does that come back to spiral arm? That's interesting. It's not. When you change tabs, it's clearing some of the data, so that needs fixing. Always a bug. Zach, yes. So right now, everything on the ship is all touchscreens. 2 reasons really. 1, it was much quicker to implement it that way, and 2, it makes implementing VR much easier, because VR interaction with touchscreens is really, really simple to implement. So just as a getting everything up and running, that's the way I went with it. I do want a lot more physical buttons and switches and levers and things, but I want to make sure that interacting with those physical objects is just as tactile in first person as it is in VR. So really we need a better system for handling those things. But once we have that, then major actions on the ship, like turning off a major power system, would be a physical lever rather than a button. Ben, yes. So the political state, this was just a test I did on the last stream, just to get it generating political states for sectors. That doesn't do any of the the actual percentages, like the percentage chance on those things yet. You know, you would expect most sectors are just going to be like unrelated star systems, just independent worlds, and we need to sort of collectively refine that as a community and kind of work out what those percentages are and what feels best when we're exploring. I imagine we want at least 50% of the galaxy to just be independent worlds, and then perhaps the other 50% being, you know, more interesting scenarios. Thank you, Aaron. I'm going to need that in a moment. Do I bug crush as I go? Generally speaking, I mean, if I find a particularly nasty bug, I will fix it there and then. Some things I'm aware that it's broken, but there are, you know, much more pressing things that I need to be getting on with, so they kind of sit on the back burner. But for the most part, I fix as I go, which makes it awkward with our QA guys, because a lot of the time there's not a lot of stuff for them to do because I've already fixed it. I see blue. Okay, so we are inside of an open cluster. It's very, very blue though. Very faint blue, rather. Very hard to see. The other thing I did is I made the B-class stars slightly bigger on screen. I think that's what those ones there are. They should be sort of more obvious. Overall, I made the stars physically smaller in the sky. So I really wanted them to be, you know, bright little pinpricks of light, not discs. But the O class and the B class are ever so slightly bigger, just to make them stand out more. So we should have a bunch of B-class stars. There's a couple right there. That's interesting. Not that it's rendering. Oh, it's because I didn't target it. I should probably learn how to play my own game. While we fly there, I zoom out again. Ooh, hello, what are you? I genuinely have no idea what that even was. Oh, hang on, what's that over there? What? This requires investigation. Well, I'm confused. Huh. So we get some lag, and then a random ball appears. What are you? It seems to be connected to the stars. You know what I think that might be? I think that might actually be the center point of the nebula. I think it is, you know. I think it's literally the center point of the nebula itself. Can I arrive manually at a B-class star? Similar issue there. Where's the star gone? Oh, loop of shame. I thought I had that then. I will not loop of shame. Oh, I did it again. Ah. And this is why we need a HUD in the third person mode. I could use autopilot, but where's the fun in that? Okay, so the star is clearly not there. That's interesting. It's not on the list either. So a couple of weird things happened there. One was that we seem to be ending up at a location that doesn't have a star system. And when we were lagging out and that big pink ball was bouncing around, assuming that that was the center of the nebula, which I can probably just work out actually from here, then why was it bouncing about? Because that means the ship was... Oh, there it is, up there. Look. It shouldn't have been... If it is the center of the nebula, it shouldn't have been bouncing around. The only reason that would happen is if the ship was bouncing around in space. Right, so the center of this sector would be yeah, so that would be 400. Then that one would be 6,000. And that one is 0. So that should take us over there. Yeah, it's actually changed a bit now. So 50-50-50 is no longer the center of a sector. It's now multiples of 100. So the galactic center point is 0 on the z-axis. So this should be the exact center of the sector itself, which is where that nebula should be located. So what I'm specifically interested in here is, as we approach that ball, what happens over here? So we just passed through one light year, so that's fine. Okay, still good. If we make this 5950, it could be that these ones are still actually showing up in the center, which means that one would be 350. That one would be 50. So that would be down there. So I think ultimately the nebula is in the wrong place. So we go 222. Stick that one back to 0. Okay. Yeah, that's right. I teleported us to an open cluster. I wanted to just check out what the nebula was doing there, and we were greeted by this mysterious ball. So I'm just trying to work out what the mysterious ball actually is. So we get a right. So where has it put us now? Right. So we are 1 light year away, as we would expect to be. Yeah, there seems to be an odd issue specifically here, where when we transition beyond our 1 light year point, everything moves. That isn't happening in other places within the galaxy, only here. Seem to have found a really bizarre bit of space where the laws of physics aren't quite behaving as they should be. Huh. Now there are 2 of them. So as we progress light year per light year, that one seems alright. And this one's actually showing up as a nebula, which is what we'd expect. I think I might know what's going on here. If this is located right on the upper corner of a sector, then what's happening is it's constantly regenerating sectors as we move around. Let's go back up to it again and see. I think that's what's happening. In which case that is normal activity that we would expect the galaxy to be doing. It's just it's doing it in a really inconvenient place. I don't know why there's another nebula sphere down there. Unless we actually have two open clusters next to each other, that could actually be what's happening there. That's why there's two of them. Okay, so we're now at the center point, so where are we? Yeah, so we are right on the edge of a sector, which is why it's lagging, because it's having to regenerate all 27 sectors. I'm sure I just saw a ball, yeah. Yeah, so as we've dropped down by 1 light year, we've now dropped into the next sector. So if I stop the ship there. Hello, Nebula Ball. So we've got one nebula there. Do we have more than one nebula? Not within 20 light years, it doesn't look. Actually, is there an O-class star here? There, so if we target the... doesn't help us, does it? Because we're not going full range. I'm just waiting for it to draw 1800 stars. There. Keep going, keep going. So that one that we've targeted is quite far away. Which would be in another open cluster. I think that's the explanation to our mystery. Yeah, we are now in a different open cluster. Okay, so mystery solved. That is indeed what's happening. We've got two open clusters next to each other, which is why the big pink balls were confusing. Ultimately, they shouldn't be being rendered on the star field, so I need to get rid of them. Zelaf, yes, I've looked at the Humble Bundle, and I do intend to get those. They look good. I'm always looking for either something to learn from or just some quick, easy assets we can pop in somewhere. Yeah, there definitely could be. This could be a cluster of open clusters. So I do need to make the open cluster just a little bit brighter. It's a bit dim. Well, that was all very dramatic and weird. Actually, that's the actual nebula. So this is the code that generates the stars that you see in space. So when it is generating Nebula, I think I ended up just using the same mesh for everything. Ultimately, they're all just a sphere. And then we're adding our nebula sphere with the correct material. So where's the ball coming from? That's weird. And this is interesting as well, actually. I just noticed that we're adding the nebula static mesh, we're not actually removing it again because it's not the one we're adding, is it? Literally just plonking the static mesh in from here, which means we're not doing that as an instant static mesh like these ones. Generally speaking, that means that once it's added the nebula, it never goes away. It's not necessarily the end of the world, but they are so few and far between. Perhaps we do want them to hang around. I don't think any of these are actually used. So we use it there. So I believe that's the only static mesh that we're actually, well, the only instance static mesh that we're actually generating instances from. So those ones are not needed anymore. So if I get rid of those, Nick, yes, UE5 is completely free unless you make over $1 million in revenue, in which case they do start charging you 5% of your revenue for everything you make after you've made $1 million. It's a nice problem to have. James Morland, no, not everything is Blueprint. I would say at this point we're probably 95% Blueprints. And there's a few bits of C++ here and there where needed. Ultimately, over time, once these prototype systems are bedded in and we're happy with the logic and how they're working, then we'll slowly move things to C++ for performance. Okay, that cleans that up a bit, gets rid of some unnecessary fluff. Right, so you're just this. You definitely don't have a red ball in the middle of you, so that's fine. Yeah, that's quite cool, isn't it? That's actually the structure of the nebula in 3D. So these are driven by volume textures, and right now the volume texture is static, and I want to be able to actually drive that from a noise function. So once that's implemented, then every single nebula in the game can be completely unique, purely driven by noise, which would be Very, very cool. So yeah, I love the density shadowing and just the general structure of these. They're so cool. The Nebula code and how we manage that is actually one of our active recruitments at the moment. So I'm recruiting for sort of a technical shader artist, but one that specifically has a lot of experience with volumetrics, because we've got so many effects in the game that need really strong performant volumetrics. So that's definitely someone, you know, I'm willing to take on board permanently. Commander Delta, yeah. So things like the Pillars of Creation, you know, the Orion Nebula, the Horsehead, Barnard's Loop, and all that stuff. We want the shader artist to be able to do like perfect representations of that. So Unreal does volume textures, like sparse volume textures now. So we can actually generate them externally in different software, and then Unreal can render them in 3D within the game world. So if we can find the data sources for the real world nebula and someone who's adept at making 3D materials out of those, then we can get the real world nebulas into the game fairly easily. But it's about, you know, finding the right talent, someone who can do that. It's a bit beyond me. And yes, the structure of the nebulas, well, because you've got two types of nebulas. You've got the open cluster nebulas, which are they're where gas and dust is kind of congregated together and forms a star forming region. And then you've got planetary nebula, which is, you know, the remnants of an exploded star. I think they're also referred to as emission nebulas because they kind of have their own glow to them. I'm very excited about getting a volumetrics technical artist on board, because, you know, we need things like gas giants, and, you know, all the gas giants need to have volumetric cloud cover that you can fly through. So I have a lot of work for such a person to do. But more to the immediate issue. Why do we have a little pink ball where the nebulas live? Definitely shouldn't do. So the question is, where's the little pink ball coming from? So now that we're just working with this, hang on. So it's still going to create an instance of our generic mesh. It's going to do that because the nebula is listed as one of the sector types. So we could check for that, because what it's probably doing, probably generating the color from the temperature, because the temperature of the nebula is going to be 0. It most likely defaults to 0. I won't make a new one just in case. case that messes that up. So of course 0 would be red in terms of our Kelvin value. So what it's doing is it's making a red ball. So the only way to stop it making a red ball would be to make that 0. Hang on, which one's this? Oh, that's the brightness, that's not good. Where are we scaling it? So right, yeah, I think that's what's I think this is the problem, right? So we want that to go away. We don't want that there. This is the actual nebula you see, and I think that's the ball that it's creating. So if we give that a scale of 0, then that little pink ball will go away without having to do a... So what I don't want to do is check on the location type for every single star we're generating, because that just adds more overhead that we don't want. So simply scaling the sphere to 0 solves the problem without adding any extra overhead there. Yeah, so it is, because what it's doing is it's generating spheres all around the ship and then scaling them based on distance. So we have the scale of the star field, which is that 10 million centimeters per year, and then we're really scaling that down. And then we're timesing that by distance so that each one is the same size regardless of how far away they are. But of course it's doing that with the nebula as well. So that should have fixed that. So let us go and just double check that nebula again. So we should have now fixed that problem. And I guess this is an example of the kind of bug fixing I do as I'm going. There will be things that make me go, why is that not working? And things which I just feel the need that need to be fixed there and then. Let me just scroll up the chat a minute and find nuts. I think I just scrolled too far. So we were at minus 2, I think it was 300. Minus 2, 300. I believe that was minus 6,000. Yeah, that should be it. Okay, we're in the nebula. There are no giant space balls. Great, okay, so that's a problem solved. Why is the hollow ship so high on the scanner? That's a very good question. That will be something to do with the new sensors and setting all that up. So that's the actual location of the hollow display. So it'll be zeroing itself on the display, which is why it's all the way up there. It's not centering on, it's not applying the offset to where the actual galaxy map is. I won't fix that now though, because that's going to require some mathy thinking, and I'm never very good at mathy thinking when I'm on stream. I kind of have to close my eyes and stare at the ceiling and go quiet when I'm doing math. Right, okay, so what I was doing, I was not clicking the output log because that's always very laggy. Oh, that's right, yeah. So, right, so when we're generating our galaxy, what we are doing is going through the various steps to generate all the various aspects of a sector. But what we're not doing is we're not storing that sector data in its own container. We're rolling that data into each of those sector locations. So a sector location is a star system or a black hole or a rogue planet, essentially something that exists within that sector and takes up one of those 1 light-year cubes. So each sector has 1 million sector locations, and each one of those 1 million sector locations can be a place where content happens. And the whole job of this is to randomly distribute sector locations within that 100 light-year cube. So we need information about that sector which is separate from all the things that exist within that sector. So to that end, I've just been building a struct where we can start storing that sort of things. So things like the sector ID. I can't think immediately why we'd need that, but it's good to store it anyway. The seed for the overall sector, and the type of sector, that's an important one, so we know, whether it's a spiral arm or galactic core or whatever. The sector population, that's going to have to be a struct in itself, I think, because we need the system to be easily expandable. So rather than listing like an integer value for all the different types of things separately here, if we contain that in a separate struct, then we can just bring that data in. Because ultimately we can access all of the data for the sector, and specifically for here. So when we are populating the count of each class, we can get these numbers straight from here. So when we're doing our class populations, all we're doing is working out how many of each object there is. We're not generating temperatures or positions or anything like that. So that's a lot less work. So that when we're browsing through the galaxy using the GPS system, it means all these numbers can populate, within a fraction of a millisecond. And then you can literally spam the button and go all over the galaxy without any performance impact whatsoever. So that's our reason for doing it. So we will likely also need a Boolean on here, so that when we're generating a sector, we need something along the lines of like a data only Boolean. So we don't go ahead and generate this specifically. So this is the bit that costs on the CPU, because this is where we're actually generating all of the data for each star system. So what we would do is this. So we would go if data only is false, so then we avoid doing any of that, and then we're just outputting on the return node as well. So we can have, so we'll keep our sector locations as a separate struct array, and then we'll just call this one sector data, and that one is single sector data. So now when the sensors specifically request data from a single sector, that will return empty, but that's fine because we're not using it anyway, but it can query this. So good. The actual UI is all done within UMG widgets. So like this, if we go there, click on that. So this is all designed within UMG itself. I've made lots of sub widgets which all have their own various abilities. So if we go to our main background here, you can do things like I can tick off whether or not we show the ship name as part of the UI, and you can see down here that it rebuilds the corners and everything automatically. And then it supports things like name, border width, so I could make that a 50, could make that 10, make it thicker. So what I've done is I've built up my own UI elements, which I can now just drag in to any UI and then configure them as needed. No data, there we are. So we need another struct here. Wondering whether I use a enum with a map, but I don't think I'll bother. I'll just stick them in directly. So may as well do the full suite of objects. So we have nebulae, we do the rarer ones first. So we got black holes. We've got Tauri, stars. We have Wolf-Brett stars. Neutron stars. So a note on neutron stars. So obviously there are lots of different flavors of neutron star. they're all neutron stars. So things like a pulsar is just a neutron star that's facing us. So I won't be listing a pulsar separately from a neutron star because they are essentially the same thing. So then we've got giant stars. Again, I'll list giant stars, or at least I'll store the data for giant stars as just a giant star, and then we'll drill down from there as to what type of giant star it is, whether it's a giant or a supergiant, and what temperature that is. Dwarfs, that's not right. Yeah, so there are some sub-brown dwarfs beyond the LTY classes. We'll see. We may not need this one at all, but we'll see with those ones. I'm quietly impressed with myself that I managed to remember all of that off the top of my head. Yeah, I can't think of anything I'm missing. Obviously, magnetars, but it's a good question. I can never remember. Do we have any magnetars in the Milky Way? I think we do, don't we? But then they're neutron stars too. I'll leave the defaults on 0, obviously. Right, yeah, so that should do for our population struct. So again, with this being hopefully an easily expandable system, all we need to do is add to this struct, and then all of this is already here, so it should be easy to manage. So the ID is a vector, the seed is an integer, sector type is an enum, stellar population is that struct there. So we need a corresponding struct to update on here as well. So we're going to have to insert a couple of variables into here. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. Yeah, I watch Anton quite often actually. He's a really good communicator, and I can't believe he releases videos practically daily. Or actually daily. There always seems to be new ones. Okay, so we got our ID, our seed, our type, our population. So we need the political state. Yeah, Anton is a wonderful person, to use his own term. I was quite moved actually with, he lost his son, didn't he? I don't know whether that was about a year ago now. I know it was wasn't that long ago, but yeah, that was quite moving. I'd love to get Anton in some way involved in the project. I think he'd have a hell of a lot of information to bring. Can't seem to spell political. There we go. Yeah, Beetlejuice is an interesting one. It's the constant tease, isn't it? Will it or won't it, or has it already? We're going to have Beetlejuice going supernova as part of the first story DLC for Starsim. So one of the things that the ship will be doing is going to investigate the actual supernova of Beetlejuice. And that's going to be cool, because we'll have that happening in real time within the game. Again, once we have a volumetric technical artist that can do that justice. Andy, no, I'm actually not familiar with that. It's something I'll have to read up on. Claire was showing me the new Beetlejuice trailer. It looks really good. Like, all the original actors are in it, so I'm looking forward to that when it comes out. Oh, sorry everyone, that was my Discord going ding. I forgot to set myself to do not disturb. That was not your Discord, stand down. You can all blame minor skills, he is the one that just pinged me. Right, so we've got our political state. We also need... What else do we need? Actually, no, I don't think we do need anything else on that one. I suppose something we could actually is let's put the description on there. So the ship's shields yes, they will be quadrant based. I'm just thinking the layout of the new hull. So you'll have the hull turned on. Hang on, let me turn on my handy dandy light. So if you imagine the fact that obviously that comes down and around like this, so that would be one shell covering the front bit there, and you'd have another shell covering this bit here. So that's 1, 2, and then 3 and 4 underneath. So I suppose 4 shields. You've got aft, upper and lower, and then forward, upper and lower. The actual shield emitters are going to be on this flat section that goes around, because that's essentially clearly visible hull all the way around. So it makes sense to load that with shield emitters all the way around on both sides. And it will wrap around there a little bit so that it also extends over the coils. Yeah, the ring isn't too bad from the bridge. I mean, it is blocking the view in some areas, but not significantly so. This beam's going at some point, so there'll be a much better view from there. No, the shields, because of the shape of the ship, we can't do it like a cube. So it can't be a 6-sided shield, because where would you put the upper shield? And the geometry of the ship is such that you've got this loop that goes around. So this loop that goes around here. Hang on, let me do a picture of it. So the actual ship itself, kind of comes forward like that. Then if you extend that up and over there, join that up. So you've just now created what is essentially a bubble. And then just over the edges a bit as well, up to the middle there. So this would be one shield grid. Then you'd have the same behind and below as well. The ring did spin. I need to do some performance profiling on exactly what the impact is of that spinning. I wasn't able to do it at the time because my GPU was temperature throttling. I gave it a good clean, and it still seems to be throttling a little bit. So I need to get another test machine set up here so I can do the actual performance review on that. Ideally, yes, I want it to spin. It just looks cooler when it's spinning, especially if when you go to engage the FTL, they go from stationary to just spinning up, and you get like the noise the Stargate makes when it starts spinning up. Kind of a noise like that. So we're actually physically spinning up the FTL drive. I think that would be quite cool. Just as a visual thing. I mean, they do spin. So they should already be rotating, yeah. Where has all gone? It's definitely there. Not here. Okay, that's weird. Why didn't it load that? Another thing to fix. Let's go there instead. Yeah, don't worry about the sensor display. That's a known thing. It's just a display bug. It's not generating the data 3 times. Just notice though that it's not actually generating the star system, which means something is amiss. Yeah, the chairs are just temporary. It's like a really simple fix for that as well. It's because they're world aligned. So if you move the chair, obviously the texture's aligned to the world, but it's like one node to stop it from doing that. But these are temporary chairs. They never intended to be even there as long as they have been. They'll be properly modelled and replaced because if you look at them, they're pretty poorly modelled. Horrible hard edges, bad textural warping, and they're just not, they're not great. They're too low poly, and they just need replacing. Yeah, it's one of those annoyances. Actually, what texture is it using? So all you need to do it's just a transform position, I think it is, from that should do it, I think. Might actually mess up the normals, but we'll give it a whirl. Right, and on this one, so setting that one there, we're setting that one there. Why would you have gotten rid of my texture? Nice. Sort of worked. Is that the norm down there? Okay, Jim, thanks for watching. Rotating through the different world alignments. Still world aligning the texture. I had the wrong one. Hang on. I'll leave the normal off for a sec. Now we have disco chairs. That is how you do it, though. So you take the world aligned space, so that's in world space because it's world aligned, and then you transfer that to local space so it's aligned to the actual object itself. But to be honest, I'm probably doing that transform in the wrong place. It might need doing within the material function, which means I need to duplicate the material function and set it up in there. That's going to be one of those trial and error things, so I will not do that at the moment. So that can just go back to the standard texture. Which will do the texture warping. The reason that's happening, by the way, is because this chair is not UV unwrapped, which means it doesn't have its own actual texture, which is why it's using a world aligned texture. And like I said, these were only temporary, and it's one of those typical things where a temporary asset is still there like 2 years down the line, as is sometimes the way. But yeah, I'll, when I've got more time to actually think about it, I'll see if I can set this up. Well, I'll do it up on my master function so that we set it up as a static bool, so you can choose whether or not it's aligned to the world or aligned to the object. Anyhow. Yes, furnishings and fabrics is definitely something I'll be adding to the customization options. And again, that'll be a per deck thing, so you could have the chairs on A deck different to C deck. Moons, yes. So the addition of moons is something that I planned to do pretty much immediately, because it's all part of the same system. So with us generating these sector files and expanding on the generation of the star systems themselves, because obviously we want to generate life within that system, adding moons is kind of part of the same data structure. So once the data structure itself is done, moons can just be generated, and the only thing that they're waiting on is the appropriate data structure for the background. So I just worked out why Sol wasn't drawing. It's because we're sending out sector locations, and it's having to loop through that looking for a matching system. Now I've changed it, so rather than looping through the entire list of sector locations, we just use the sorted one instead. So this really needs to be locations sorted. Two reasons. One is because it's a smaller amount of data to loop through, and secondly, it's in order already. So when we're checking against that list of sector items for a matching one to see whether that's where we are, it's starting with the closest and working away from the ship. So it should always get a hit pretty much immediately, which means we're not having to do this loop hardly at all. So that's quite a big optimization. So cast to sector locations sorted. Get sector locations. Lock that in there. Because what I did on here is I took this out because I couldn't find anything that was using it, and of course that's what was using it, that's why it was there. But it's a little bit redundant, so that can perhaps get deleted. So that should have fixed Sol not being there. Heiko, thank you. Yeah, I started off working with Unreal about 6-ish years ago, and predominantly everything I've done is through blueprints. And, you know, for the most part, you can make whatever you want using blueprints. There are some things you can't do, but it's fairly trivial to expose a function to blueprints in C++. It's literally half a dozen lines of code, and you can expose those engine functions to blueprints yourself. Where you wouldn't want to use blueprints is anything that is operating in real time. So anything that's ticking in real time, you really don't want to do that in blueprints if you can avoid it. That's practically it though. It's, you know, if it's a real-time bit of code, or it's doing a lot of math, or it needs to run on a background thread, or it's some functionality which isn't already exposed to blueprints, those are the things you need to use C++ for. Obviously, with the C++ natively, you can do whatever you want with the engine. You can change the engine, it's open source. Blueprints can only do what's been exposed to blueprints, but so much has been that you can make an entire game without even touching the C++ side of things. It just won't be quite as performant. Wondering where my rotating movement's gone. I'll add that to my list of things I need to investigate. But yeah, they should spin. Right, back to the matter in hand. having a day of tangents today. Right, so as part of the galactic sector structure, we need to know what it is, where it is. Seed is... Adding the description at this point is probably a good idea, because again, that's data that we can extrapolate quickly without going through a lot of the other hoops. So that would be something that we do here. Yeah, so what we're doing at the moment is all of that descriptive stuff is coming directly from here. So if we go grab a reference to that, you can see that we're adding the descriptive text as part of the UI, and I'm trying to get out of the habit of doing anything on the UMG widgets at all. So as you can see, there's a lot of stuff happening on the UMG widget, and I want to get away from that. So obviously that widget has a parent blueprint, and I want to move all of the code and all of the doings onto the actual parent blueprint and have the widget only just display data and not do anything else other than accept inputs. Because I think it's generally bad practice to do any kind of computational work on the widget blueprint, for the simple reason is that that cannot be replicated at all. Widgets natively do not replicate, so doing all that stuff on the parent blueprint means that that data can then be replicated across the network. Yeah, the size of the text doesn't matter. It's just it's a negligible amount of data. But this specifically kind of needs to be over here. Thought that deleted it though. Glad it didn't. So when we set up this, we need to do the description. So that needs to be an additional step on our stepped approach. I might actually have to start collapsing these nodes down at some point. They're getting a bit long. So with this, we would set members in there with the description, and then we would whack in the one that I prepared earlier, and then we also need a copy of that. Right, so this in its entirety already does the job. What step would that be? So it's probably not actually step 7, but let's call it step 7 for now. Generate sector description. Okay, so that's job done really. That's just all that was needed to store that data. Now obviously this is a very static approach to doing this, and I think it would be nice to expand this into something a little bit less predictable, so that obviously most sectors of the galaxy are going to be either spiral arm or inter-arm regions, and having the same description every single time, it's going to get boring. So if we can personalize this on a sector basis, that could be quite good. And we can do that by using some of this data up here, so that we are saying that there's a greater than average population of B-class stars, and things like that. We can also maybe roll some of the political state stuff into it, but I really want that to be exposed through gameplay rather than just being on the sensors. Maybe once you've discovered it. Are you a local variable? Yes, you are. So really that needs to be local as well. Curses. Unreal does this sometimes. You'll delete a variable, which is a non-local variable, but then you can't create a local variable of the same name, even though you've deleted it already. And it seems to stick like that as well, which is very odd. Unless it's because turn node uses that. It is because of that. That's interesting. Learn something every day. Right, so now that we've got that as a local variable, and it's a pain that you can't just convert something to local like that. All we need to do so we need our sector population, and then set the members in that one. And then on this one we want I've gone ahead and chosen the exact one that isn't there. That's a fair point actually, we do need planetary nebula on there. Thanks, Damien. I appreciate it. So I'm going to differentiate these with an open nebula and a planetary nebula. I'll have to look up whether or not nebulas are common in globular clusters or not, because there could potentially be another one on here. Although I suppose technically that would be an open nebula, even if it was in a globular cluster, because it's the same congregation of gases and dust forming a star-forming region. So this is going to have to be a bit of a pain doing this for every single one. It's a necessary evil. Yeah, I could just do this once and then route that through, but it's going to get messy if I do that. So again, what we're doing here is we are populating a sector information file. So this is all the data for this particular sector, so that we have access to that wherever we may need it across the game. And there's probably going to be quite a few places where this data becomes relevant. Is about to get horribly messy, which means I'm going to have to spend 10 minutes later tidying it up. I can't abide messy blueprints. Open nebula. Black holes. White holes. Red. O class. E class. G class. M class. This is how mistakes happen when I'm building stuff. So I'll kind of zone out when I'm going through things, and then I'll end up clicking something that I wasn't planning on clicking, and then all of a sudden it's the wrong one. So there's a couple here that we haven't used, like stellar phenomena. That's kind of one for the future, and also wormholes. Although, I guess wormholes need to exist as a sector location in their own right, so just like literally out there between stars, floating around in space. But a lot of them will also be in a star system as well. Hi Tom, welcome to the stream. What I am doing is I'm setting up the data structures which will be part of the final addition to the sensors UI, which is the planetary scanning side of things. And not just the planetary scanning, but also the GPS as well. So we need to make sure that the data structure for the game is robust and easily expandable so that we can keep adding new stuff over time, which is what this is here. So we are populating this list, which in turn is here. So this is the sector file, and then that sector file is essentially used by the game to get an overview of all the details of a particular galactic sector. Wondering whether I've some redundant naming here, so really need the word sector in there. It's literally a sector file, just repeating ourselves. I tend to make overly verbose variable names. So that's all of our populations added. We've got our description added. Next one would be ID and seed. Seed is an easy one. There's our seed. Done. And we also want the sector ID, which we can just pop in here. Okay, so we've got our ID stored. That's true, that's true. What you want from a variable is to look at it and know what it means. One of the worst ones actually is on here when we're generating the procedural star systems. You've got variables like these. So what I neglected to do in the first instance was put any kind of differentiator on them as to what format they were. So like in the end it was just numbers, and I'm like, what do these numbers even mean? So I went through and set all the actual units on all the variables, and that made a huge difference to my brain being able to just keep track of what the hell I was doing. Right, so what do we have? ID we've done, seed we have done, have we done type? that one next. Just thinking actually we could do with overall population value, but we'll calculate that at the end. So you are type. So ID, C type, population, political state. Yes, of course. So that needs translating into an actual value. So we'll do that over there. Hopefully there's one I prepared earlier. I definitely prepared one earlier. Where did I do it? Did I do it on here? No, I remember. I did it on here, didn't I? Yeah, there. So this isn't needed now. Now that we actually have that data being added to the sector file itself, we no longer need to be feeding that information through into the per star information. Once again, we have too many tabs. Let's just close all of them. Right, so we just take our integer value, and that's what drives that. Okay. Again, this is like painfully not very intelligent. We're literally just rolling the dice to pick the political state, and that's not how we want to do it. We want to be able to do it in a lot more intelligent ways. For example, let's say, like on here, can't remember where I was doing it now. No, it wasn't on you. Was it on one of these ones? No, it wasn't you either. Must have been this one. Yeah. So you can calculate a random Boolean value with a weight associated with it, and what you can then do is kind of do a cascading true and false off of those weighted Boolean values. So what you would do rather than just doing this, you would do a random bool with weight from stream, and then we'll stick our random stream on there. So obviously 0.5 would be 50%. So what we would want to do So let's just go and do it, because why not? I'll collapse this to a macro because it's going to get quite big. Now, there might be a more efficient way of doing this, but I don't know what that is, so I will do it like this for now. So if we say that 50% of the time we want our political state to be 0, so that's just independent worlds. And obviously we can tweak these numbers after the fact. And then we kind of, so that's been decided now. So we wipe the slate clean, and then we can say perhaps like 25% of the time thereafter, maybe a peaceful empire. Let's make that 10%. So obviously, what we decide here can have quite far-reaching effects on the overall feel of the galaxy. Because if the galaxy is largely at peace everywhere, then it's going to be a very different experience if everyone's bickering and at war all over the place. So some of this is going to have to depend on playtesting and what feels good when we're exploring. Yeah, so technically all of it is unexplored. The code we're designing here, this is how we decide what the overall scope of a galaxy sector is going to be. So this isn't something which is kind of player focused. This is background generation. So when we're generating the star systems within that sector, it needs some kind of a roadmap to go off of. So rather than just generating all of the data randomly, it's working to some form of a plan. So like if a sector, for example, is, I don't know, let's say 2 factions at war. So when that sector is generated, it will automatically draw a line somewhere procedurally through the sector, and then all of the populated worlds on one side of that line will be in one faction, and all the worlds on the other side will be in a different faction. So there will be this state of tension within that sector. Now, that exists whether you explore that sector or not. When you arrive at that sector, you don't know any of that. That's the background simulation, and you won't find those things out until you start interacting with those star systems and with those peoples. So through your interaction with them, the state of that sector will become known to you, based on that dialogue, and any tasks that they may ask you to perform. So just for simplicity's sake, let's say 50% of the time they're independent worlds, 10% of the time after that it's going to be a single empire, and then all the rest of the times it's going to be random. So that's obviously ignoring those two, it'll be something else. Then what we would do is we will collapse this to a macro. Like that. Yes, Aaron. So, like, at least with the numbers as they are here, 50% of the galaxy is just going to be independent worlds. So that's just typical, like Earth. Essentially, Earth would fit in that category. We're just an independent star system. We're not part of an alliance. We don't have a relationship with any other species in our sector. We are just an independent planet going about our business. We haven't really gone anywhere or done anything. So 50% of the galaxy fits into that category. The other 50% is special cases, like the sector's been completely strip-mined by an advanced race, or there's a single galactic empire ruling that entire sector. So this is just our way of being able to shape those particular places. Now, it will also be based on where in the galaxy it is, and in fact, why don't we start grabbing some of that data just so that we have that visibility. So if we exec node there. Right, so we need sector type. Help if I could spell. Right, so if we switch on that, so there's obviously, we have different regions of the galaxy, and we're not going to have, a single empire controlling a whole sector, in the galactic halo. It's just not something you'd ever expect to see. So we can define some of these regions separately from the rest. So if we just want to make sure that some of these might be local variables. So political state, is that a local variable? I think it might very well be. Yes, it is. Couldn't see it for the life of me. There's a weird thing where obviously it's letting us access that variable even though it's a local variable for that function, which it shouldn't be able to do, which is weird. And it compiles with that, so yeah, that's not going to work. I don't know why that would allow it to compile, because that shouldn't work at all. So instead, we want a local integer, and we want to assign a value to that. And then that's what ultimately we switch on at the end. Dracana, you'd have to come across their ships. So generally speaking, the races in the game are going to be split into 3 categories. So category 1 is the hero races. those ones are going to be the ones which are manually crafted. They've got handmade star systems, they've got handmade empires. We're talking, if you're talking in Star Trek terms, the Klingons, the Vulcans, the Romulans, these are the hero races that are omnipresent across the galaxy, across the show, rather. And then you've got aliens of the week, which I guess if you're talking something like Voyager, every other episode of Voyager, you've got like some random alien of the week, which only exists in that episode, and you never see them ever again. So that's kind of like the Class 2 aliens, and those are the ones which are procedurally generated. So those ones will be limited in scope to within their sector that they're generated. So they will have no knowledge, partially, of anything beyond the sector in which they're generated. Now that's still a million cubic light years of space. It's still a large area that they inhabit, but anything outside of that 100 light year cube, they have no knowledge of what's going on, and they cannot fly their ships beyond that cube either. So that's kind of the Class 2 aliens, and that's very much what this is all about. So this is all about generating that Class 2 alien infrastructure. And then you've got the Class 3 aliens, which are the ones which are generated on a per planet basis, and they don't have space flight capabilities. So those are the pre-industrial civilizations, which you might be able to hail them from space and eventually go walking around on their planets, but they don't have ships, they don't have stations, they don't have any space presence, or at least no FTL capability. So they don't expand beyond their system. So those are the three classes of aliens within the game, and we have to do it that way because obviously the handcrafted ones are the main story species, the story races within the game, and those are the ones which will be in the campaigns and the expansions that we make. The Class 2 Alien of the Week races, those are the ones that we have to generate them before we generate the stars and the star systems within a species, because we need their ships to already be flying around a sector before we generate individual star systems. We cannot generate like 4,000 star systems worth of data all at once. So those races need to be generated before we generate the star systems they live in. So either we generate those races and then place them manually, procedurally, within that sector. So maybe between 0 and 5 FTL capable species within a sector, and then randomly dot them around. Or we create a pool of potential alien species and then work out which star systems have life. But then we go back to that same chicken and egg scenario where we cannot generate a species outside of their system without first generating their system to know that they exist in the first place. And you can't do that within a sector without generating every single system. And that's a kind of, an impossible amount of data overhead, because you'd have to physically generate every single detail of every single star system just in order to know whether or not there's an Earth-like world that has a spacefaring species living on it. Kind of lost where I was going with that now, but yeah, so that's why we're doing what we're doing. We generate the political state, and that drives the FTL species within that sector, and then all the Class 3 aliens, the ones that are not FTL capable, they do not adhere to the political state that we set up for that sector. And if there are no FTL capable species within that sector, then the political state becomes irrelevant. That's no longer applied to anything that's there. I hope that makes sense. Hopefully that wasn't just me waffling. So something I've just kind of reminded myself that we need. The political states is missing a none option. Yeah, we've had people requesting a few times that there be some way of not having hostile species within the galaxy. And I think the way that we're going to handle this is because we do want the galaxy to be the same for everybody, and we don't want to have some races generating for some players but not for others, depending on some difficulty setting. So instead, we're going to make the difficulty setting more organic than that. So if you have a hostile alien species and they intend on attacking your ship, then they will just do so on the standard setting. They won't telegraph the fact that they're going to attack you. They might threaten you or send a hail, make a demand, and if you refuse that demand, they'll just attack. But we'll have a difficulty mode, or just a setting within the game, maybe call it peaceful mode, something like that, where if an alien is going to attack you, then they will announce that fact and give you, say, 15-20 seconds to leave. So they give you that opportunity to fly away, so that you never actually have to get into combat if you don't want to. So whilst that peaceful mode is turned on, you've always got that window of escape. I think that's probably the best way of allowing people to avoid combat without hurting the integrity of the galactic space and the species that are generated there. Fredashay, yes, there will be every single type of alien race you could possibly think of. I mean, collectively, as a community, everyone's putting in ideas as to something that I may not have thought of. So it's, I mean, are we keeping politics out of the game? I mean, are we keeping modern day politics out of the game? Yes, most certainly. I have no interest in politics, and it's certainly not we're not going to be putting any political messaging within the game. However, different types of political structure do exist, or could exist, or have been theorized, and all of those examples will be in the game. So everything from hippie communes to harsh dictatorships, the full spectrum of every political situation you could possibly think of will be represented in the galaxy somewhere, simply because we don't want any artificial limitations on what's generated for the alien species. But yes, we will try and avoid any real-world political messaging as much as we possibly can. What am I looking for? So I'm looking for that enum. Enum sector political states. Which is interesting because it should be in this folder. life subfolder, of course I did. Just thinking now, do I use the independent worlds option and literally just see what happens, or yeah, okay, I'm going to add no spacefaring species. Yeah. So obviously all of these are based on the idea that these are FTL capable species. And this is the structure that drives those FTL capable species. Should update. Sigh, why are you not updating? Enum sector political states. Definitely saved it. Definitely recompiled. Definitely not there. Oh, I know why. It's because this is a select on an integer, which means I haven't actually told it what to. So the annoying thing with this, of course, is that I'm going to have to go through each of these and change them again, but oh well. Yeah, I sometimes fear that I look like a blithering idiot on stream, because it's difficult to stream and think at the same time. I used to care about that more than I do now, though. Now I'm just quite happy to look like a blithering idiot. Right, okay, let's make some structure of this mess. So, intergalactic space, we are assigning a value of 0, which of course is no spacefaring species. Same for the galactic halo. Globular clusters, however, can have aliens living there. See, the galactic core is an interesting one. Please let me put a value there. Fine. Honestly unreal sometimes. Right, so nothing is going to be living in the galactic core, at least nothing that could be typicalized as a standard FTL species, because the galactic core is going to be a hellish, nightmarish place eventually. It needs to be the single most dangerous region of the entire galaxy, and anyone wanting to make the journey to Sag A has to be a lunatic, because it's that scary. That's my plan anyway. So I think the central bulge area isn't quite as mental as that. So we will go with 1, which is, if any life does exist there, it's certainly not part of an organized structure, because it's still quite a dangerous part of the galaxy, and it's too fraught with destruction and dynamic events for any kind of galactic civilization to really make sense. But you might get an edge case where you've got a few independent worlds surviving in the chaos. Now the rest of it, so the edge of that, spiral arms, open see, open clusters. I'm going to include open clusters as part of the general generation, because as much as there's obviously a lot of violently active newborn stars in an open cluster, there are still going to be some older planets there, so maybe we'll go with a few independent worlds. I can't see a situation where you'd have an established galactic empire in an open cluster which is undergoing active star formation. So into arms can just randomly generate. Thick disk transition, and the thick disk, they can have pretty much everything. And a globular cluster can have everything. Alright, so what we're left with is the galactic core won't have any established FTL civilizations because it's mental. The central bulge and open clusters, they're both active regions with scary things happening, so you might have a few independent worlds scattered around if they got lucky. Everything else will just do the random numbers as per usual, and then the galactic halo and intergalactic space won't have any established civilizations. Although I'm changing my mind actually on the galactic halo, because as much as the galactic halo, well, saying that, the galactic halo has very metal poor stars, so yeah, actually no, I will leave that at 0, because all of the stars in the galactic halo are very old stars, very metal poor, and probably predominantly just gas giants. There'll be very little in the way of rocky worlds or highly metallic worlds, so the chances of there being the right elements for something as established as an FTL species would be very rare. think what we'll do with this no spacefaring species, let's adjust that ever so slightly to say no established homeworlds. Yeah. So that's not to say that there won't be a presence of aliens in those places, because there could be a research outpost, there could be a colony that's migrated there and set up shop. So let's not rule out the presence of aliens completely. Just there's no home worlds where they grew up and established themselves. That probably makes more sense. Hokey, yes, there'll be plenty in the way of aliens. That's what all this is about, including space-based alien life forms. Absolutely. Cosmic horrors on a planet-eating scale. Yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah, we want the galaxy to be very interesting and varied, and in order for the exploration gameplay to play out the way we want it to, the galaxy needs to be always coming up with something new and surprising. So there needs to be things in the galaxy that make you kind of sit back in your chair and go, whoa, I wasn't expecting to see that. So some anomaly or creature that is literally nomming on planets, I think, why not? As much as, of course, we are aiming for everything to be based on real-world science as much as it's practical. We don't ultimately know what's truly possible. We don't know. We know what life looks like for us on this planet, and we have some fair idea of what should be practical and plausible, but we don't know truly what form life could exist at. So I think it's a little bit self-important for the human race to say we know exactly what life could look like, and there's going to be something out there that we weren't expecting for sure. Yeah, I think that the endless ocean viewpoint is probably the best way of looking at it. We want it to be the case that every star system you visit, there's a chance that you'll see something you've never seen before. And that's the goal, that's the vision for exploring the galaxy. We want players to keep encountering things they've never seen before. And Nasi, that's a good question, and it's a difficult one to implement because of the way the galaxy is generated. Every sector is completely isolated from the next. Obviously, with any handcrafted species we create, they could have civilizations spanning across multiple sectors, no problem at all, because they're handcrafted and we set them up that way. But when it comes to the procedural races, we're very much limited to that 100 light year cube. So let's say you're out in the galactic halo somewhere and you find a large established space station around some ancient gas giant. Then obviously those aliens came from somewhere, but because their presence in that sector was generated in isolation, we have no knowledge or no ability to generate their homeworld outside of that sector. So in those cases, in every instance like that, unless they're a handcrafted species, they can only exist in that sector. And maybe we can pay reference to the fact that, they left their homeworld long ago and all knowledge of its location has been lost to history. It's going to have to be, some kind of plot point like that. Yeah, there will definitely be truly weird aliens. Right, so going back to what we were doing before, so we've got 50% of the time for these types of sectors, it will just be independent worlds. 10% of the time, it's going to be a single empire. Now again, it says a single peaceful empire. Now that's going to have a lot of sub options associated with it as well, because people have suggested things like it could be a corporate dictatorship, it could be a religious house, it could be a typical monarchy. There are many different forms of a single all-encompassing organization being in control. So this is like the overarching, a single entity spanning the whole sector. What that entity consists of is something we then generate later down the line. So we kind of drill down as we're going down through the different options. We start off with broad strokes and then just get more and more detailed as we go until we come up with something really specific. And then, so if it's not one of those, then we simply need to assign our random value. And then all of these go into the output. Like that. So just to spot the deliberate mistake, obviously these all need to have an exit point, and if we connect all these up here as well, stick that up there, move that up there a bit, tidy that up. Right. Otherwise these are going nowhere. Yeah, so just for my own benefit really, so I can just double check what I've done. So we take our sector type, we assess what makes the most sense for each part of the galaxy. We set that manually where we need to. For the rest of the sectors, we roll some random dice to define what's going to exist there. At all points, we're assigning this local integer value, which we then finally use to select our output, which we then spit out as our not return value. That is the political state. Political state. Spelled correctly. Right, so that's our macro for defining our political state. So now, when we're having a look at the galaxy and everything, it should start making a lot more sense. It won't be quite as random as it was. which means that this can now go back in here nice and neatly. That can go back in there nice and neatly. And it won't let me delete it. Imagine how many times I press delete. Unreal, why are you doing this to me? So I've noticed this since 5.3. Sometimes a blueprint will just get itself in a bit of a state. So I can't delete anything, which I now can, and at the same time I couldn't copy paste either, which I now can. Great, brilliant. Thanks for fixing yourself. Right then, so that's our political state set up. It's now a lot more sensible than just a random number. Let's give that a try and have a look. Fred, yes, you're quite right, because I added the extra one, didn't I? This is why I need you lot looking over my shoulder. You see the things I miss. Anasi, yeah, so obviously No Man's Sky does what we want to do, which is to generate procedural aliens, across the galaxy. I would argue that their approach and our approach are very different. So theirs is, as I understand it, because I haven't really played No Man's Sky very much, but I think theirs is completely random. And there's a lot of life in their galaxy. Like every planet seems to have life on it. And that does get quite samey after a while. Whereas with the way we're doing it, we're not going to have as much life by a long shot. Most of our planets will be uninhabitable and will not have life on them. So life within our galaxy is going to be a rarity rather than every planet's got something living on it. And the life that we do generate is going to be a lot more realistic in terms of its organization, and we're going to go to, quite frankly, ridiculous amounts of detail in terms of political structure, religious structure, their economy, their history, their art, and we want every single alien species in the game to be unique and special in their own right. And as a player playing the game, I want to be able to rock up to an alien planet, start sending down probes on the sly where they don't see me, and start learning about their species. Who are they? Who are these people that live on this world? And then when I've gathered enough information, I will then introduce myself and say, hello, we are the UN Space Fleet. We are coming to say hello, and manage that conversation. So it's the scope and the approach of what we're doing is completely different to No Man's Sky. And of course, yes, we're not going to have base building. Probably never. Yes, Fred. So our structure for that. Hang on. Do have a document somewhere, yeah, here. So, apologise for blinding everyone. So this is a rough overview of how life is going to get generated on these worlds. We'll refine this over time because after tech level 20, it all kind of gets a bit vague. But essentially, we're using Earth as the line in the sand. So the Earth is our example, and we will roll the dice, say 10, 20% in either direction, when generating life. And that'll be based on the age of the planet. So up to, I guess, like here, so 4.5 billion years, that planet is only going to be life. So it's simple life. So any world which is kind of younger than this, it's not going to have complex life with technology and all the things that we expect of a spacefaring species. They could literally just be cavemen, or just not even that, just animals. But this is the template we're using to define how old a planet needs to be before it starts to have those types of life present. So again, every part of the generation of the galaxy and the generation of the life is very much based on real science, and it's very rules based. So it's not just here's a random dice roll, here's who lives on this planet. Far from it. It's, first of all, can that planet even support life? If it does, how old is that planet? And then if that planet is old enough, what stages of the development of that life, and based on the planet's atmosphere and pressures and gravity, what type of life would exist there? I mean, if it's a really, really high gravity world, then you're probably going to have creatures that don't have bone structures like we do. So these are all things that we'll be taking into account when generating that life. So the environment that the life lives in will shape that life. So you can see now, as we go through these sectors, the political state is going to remain fairly static for the most part. Because again, we've got that 50% dice roll. Although that seems to be breaking all statistical. Yes, of course. So, because I'm setting this directly in the struct, and we're not using this struct yet. No, I didn't want to make a new variable. Just temporarily, we also need to just set that political state as well. Which means on here, we need another output. Political state. Let's call it old. And that is an integer, and that goes there, and then we take that Right, so this is basically bridging the gap between the new system and the old system. That should have fixed that. Tom, will arrival at a planet be governed by the planet's political state? And in other words, would we arrive and be blasted out of the sky by a paranoid and advanced race? Yes, in some cases. So again, going back to that option of not having combat. So on the standard difficulty, if you rock up to a planet and it has a highly xenophobic race that have a lot of technology, then they will quite likely either have set up a beacon which is warning you to leave, or they'll just open fire on you. And then it's up to you how to deal with that. If you have it set to peaceful mode, then you will have a 30-second window, for example, to leave the area. So they will give you that heads up, that warning. They're telegraphing what they're about to do, and then you choose to leave. It's probably the best way of handling that. But yeah, there will certainly be races out there which do not want you in their space. And I like that. I like that the galaxy is going to be an interesting place in that regard, because like I've said on previous streams in the past, using Babylon 5 as an example, Zahadum existed in Babylon 5, and the saying was, if you go to Zahadum, you will die. And I want that in the game. I want there to be places in the galaxy where you just don't go. And I want those places to get a reputation in the community. And as the community sort of collectively map the galaxy and meet these races and explore, certain places will get a reputation for either being something really cool or something really scary. And I imagine something like that might end up being a challenge. It's like, how long can you survive in this star system, because the people that live there are insane. And that just, for me, that adds flavour to the galaxy. The UN ships will use a combination of railguns and beam lasers. Ultimately, everything on this ship is electrical, and everything on the UN ships is very much focused on electrical energy. Something that, I guess, the defining technology for the human race within the game is mastery over generating electricity. So our fusion reactors have become extremely good, and generating electrical energy is very simple for the human race. It's something we've become really, really good at. So all of the technology on the ship is based on that electrical energy. So the engines are electrical, the FTLs are the electrical, the gravity generation's electrical. Everything about the ship is ultimately electrical based. And that defines the UN technology. There could be another alien species that uses some other method of generating energy. But for us, it's all electrical. Right then, so let's see. Has that change fixed anything? No, is the answer. It is statistically impossible that we have not hit another option. Okay, okay. Why? So we've got our value, setting our value. I'll fix that while I'm here. Thanks for pointing that out. And yeah, we're just passing that through. So, sigh. And then I'll connect it up. You can tell I've been streaming for 3 hours, can't you? My brain's starting to lose it. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that in the time that the game is set, which is 2261, we are very much beyond chemical energy. It's all very much electrical. Right, now that I've corrected my boo-boo, let's just see. There we go. So immediately, I think a collection of independent worlds needs to be a lot more common. Still a hell of a lot of just random political situations. You know, things like large empires need to be like uncommon in the galaxy. You know, maybe every 5 to 10 sectors you'll find one which is a large empire, and then the sectors in between are just, you know, independent worlds. Michael, no, sadly the YouTube player only works with live streams which are no longer live. So once the stream's ended, you can play the stream on the screen, but sadly not while it's live. That's a YouTube thing that I need to figure out why. Right, so just to test the regions. So if we go up, so we're still in the spiral arm, we're now in the inter-arm region, we're now in the thick disk, okay, now in intergalactic space. That shouldn't be intergalactic space. Interesting. It's interesting that it's coming up with intergalactic space periodically, even though it's still within the thick disk. So the thick disk extends upwards to about 10,000 light years. So after we get past the 10,000 point, it should bring us into the galactic halo. Okay, so we're now about to pass outside of the galactic halo. Actually, no, we're not, because it goes to about 300,000 light years now. Let's add a 0 onto that. So if we do 350,000 light years, it should set us into intergalactic space. And it does not. Okay. Something's not right there. Can we use something other than the UN organization for an Earth alliance? There will be other Earth organizations. So the UN is kind of the overall political structure for Sol space. You know, like Mars will be like an independent country essentially, as will the Moon. And then all the countries on Earth are independent in the sense that they are self-managed and they retain their cultural identity. But the UN provides oversight. So for things like environmental issues, human rights, and anything that's kind of whole planet affecting, the UN has the final say. And that's kind of system-wide across the whole of Sol. So the UN doesn't get involved in individual countries managing themselves internally, unless that crosses one of the red lines in terms of environmental impact or human rights violations, that sort of thing. So that's the overall political state of Sol. But at the same time, there are going to be independent corporations and things, and independent countries. So you could have, and in fact there will be in the future, different corporations with different goals making their own ships and going out there for their own reasons. So there could be a corporation which is looking to exploit a certain material, that they send ships out to get that material. So there's going to be lots of different organizations with different goals. So if you're not wanting that political organizational structure of the UN, then there will be independent organizations. You can use their ships instead. The game's lore is that the UN was completely reformed. So as the decades go on, environmental disasters get worse and worse and worse, and global unrest gets worse and worse and worse. There's lots of proxy wars and environmental disasters just causing countries, in some cases, existential threats. So the world comes together really as a last resort, completely tears up the UN, all the documents defining the UN, removes things like the ability to veto resolutions, and then reforms that UN as a truly democratic organization where all member states have equal voting rights, and membership is generally not optional. All countries that are members of the UN put a portion of their budget into the UN for things like peacekeeping forces, and generally speaking, the UN, or the reformed UN in 2261, is a lot more of a capable and proactive organization versus the kind of incapable UN that we have today. So To be honest, I don't know the difference. What's the difference between a democracy and a democratic republic? Oh, I think I see what's happening here. Essentially, I haven't updated these values, so I kind of figured I'd probably do this. So we're using the integer to essentially select the galactic region. So obviously, whatever value that is needs to match. So 0, 1, 2, core, bulge and bulge edge. 3, 4 and 5 should be spiral arms and open clusters. 6 should be the thick disk transition, and it's not, it's a 4. So obviously that's wrong. Right, so thick disk 7, globular cluster 9. Yeah. Right, and these have the same values, so that's obviously madness. So galactic halo 8, globular cluster 9. Hang on, I've typed that twice, haven't I? Got myself confused now. Sorry, so thick disk is 7. Right. Or globular cluster 9. Right. It's fine because you can have globular clusters in both of those. That's why it's on both. Right, or galactic halo would be 8, or a globular cluster. That's fine because it's valid for both. And then intergalactic space would then be 10, not 7. Right, that's what was going on. And Nasi, yeah, I guess so. So under the reformed UN, every country has full autonomy over the running of their own country. They retain their independent history, their culture, their way of life. All of that is retained on a per country basis. England is still England, for example. However, there is an overriding global government on top of that in the form of the UN, which only really gets involved if it's a global issue. And although things like the International Criminal Court, it is no longer an optional thing. It is managed and maintained by the UN. And the UN set policies for, again, anything which is a global issue. That policy is set at that higher level. So the UN leadership, obviously the UN president could be a member from any of the countries that are members, and they are rotated just as they are now. And I think that's about it really. The only other difference between the UN in the game and the UN now is the UN peacekeeping force is an active peacekeeping force that actually is proactive and gets involved. If a country is doing something which is in violation of a UN policy and they don't stop when asked, or they don't change when asked, then that's when the UN would step up their actions in terms of bringing that country in line. Because it'll be a global issue. They won't get involved for an in-country issue unless it's something which affects the global scale. The distance values on here, Tom, these are sectors. So that would be 10,000 light years. So that would be 80 sectors. Yeah, got me thinking now. So that would be 480 sectors, which is 48,000 light years. I do actually need to change these so that they're just using a straight light year value, because where what we're doing is we're taking the sector ID and using the sector ID to work out these values. Really, we can just be using the actual sector address itself, but it doesn't matter which you use, the outcome's the same. It's just a management thing. Right, so this should now be working, if that was the last of my boo-boos. We are at Sol. Okay, we can go around, they're all changing. Right, so as we move upwards, spiral arm, right, so thick disk transition, yeah, that's good. Right, so we're still seeing intergalactic space there. It's not, it should be. Okay. Interesting, why is that doing that? We're definitely using the right values now. Yeah, there is a global currency, which is just referred to as credits. And there is an exchange rate. So some countries have adopted to just use credits, whereas others are kind of belligerently sticking to their own currencies. But they are interchangeable. Most countries just use credits. And that's system-wide as well. So that will also be on Mars and on the Moon. Across the whole of Sol, credits is the system-wide currency of choice. Yes, so anyone that's actively serving will be on a salary. In terms of the general population, universal basic income is a thing. So the human race is a lot more settled and economically secure in 2261, with UBI ensuring that there is no homelessness, no one is going starving. But that's a very basic way of life. Anyone that wants more in life, they work to improve their situation. So people serving on the ships, for example, are being paid in credits for their service, and those extra credits means that they can have a much better way of life and buy the luxuries that they would not otherwise be able to afford. Yeah, even in England. So I'm just going through the logic of this a minute. Right, so this one's quite simple. If we're at 0, 0, 0, it's the galactic core. True. If we're within 80 sectors of the galactic core, i.e. 8,000 light years, then it is 1. It is a central bulge. If we're within 10,000 light years, we're at the edge of the central bulge. True. Just making sure that the value is actually piped through, which it is. So if we're within 48,000 light years and within 5 sectors, positive or negative, of the galactic plane, then we are going to be in one of the spiral arms or inter-arm regions, and then we use our texture map to define which of those it is, and then do some random dice rolls on whether or not it's an open cluster. So the thick disk transition, if we're within 48,500 light years of the galactic center, and our vertical distance is less than 700 light years in either direction, then we give it a value of 6, so thick disk transition 6. Yeah, that's good. This is where it's messing up. So now these are essentially reporting false. They're going all the way down to 10 randomly. So the thick disk is within 50,000 light years, and then within 10,000 light years vertically. That should be an or, really, shouldn't it? So it's like, are we within... So if we're within 50,000 light years of the core, or oh, I see what's happening, because as we go up vertically, obviously we're no longer, so that needs to be (2D) vector. So we want distance 2D. I think that's the issue, because obviously as you go vertically, that number is going to pass 500. So and then that one can be a sphere, because that's the galactic halo. Which is 326,000 light years. Not quite sure why it wasn't triggering true on this one and going straight through to here. That was weird. And obviously we're picking, so it's true, we're doing 9, which is a globular cluster, correct. If it's false, we choose 7, which is thick disk. And on this one, if it's false, we choose 8, which is galactic halo. And if all else fails, we must be in intergalactic space. This one is distance from the core laterally, which is why it needed to be 2D, not 3D. So we're only interested in the X and Y. Vertically, we're only interested in 10,000 light years. So if you're beyond 10,000 light years above or below the galactic plane, then you're no longer in the thick disk and you're into the galactic halo. I think the fact that that wasn't 2D was the problem, so let's just confirm that. You just noticed the Ko-fi bot spam. Thank you, White Knights. Very much appreciated. And I don't know why the Ko-fi bot is spamming YouTube. Either me or Claire has set that up at some point. I don't remember setting it up, but yeah. Odd. So spiral arm is correct, so we want to move vertically. So thick disk transition, because we're over the 500. Okay, we're reporting false all the way down there. So where are we at? So we're well within the 500 light years, 500 sectors rather. We're only 750 above the galactic plane. So why is that reporting false? Before I quit, I'll just go up. So what's interesting me is that at no point is it returning that it's the galactic halo. Especially as we, and there we go. Right, so over 10,000 then. We are definitely in the galactic halo, so that's good. That's what I would expect to see. So this is the point where we're measuring straight to the center with a 3-dimensional vector to 0, 0, 0. And if it's less than 326,000 light years, then we're still within the galactic halo. So obviously that's working. What was that? globular cluster. Hello there. That's interesting. Why is it not? Globular clusters are not generating stars, so that's something to figure out. You see, the galactic halo is generating just a scattering of M-class worlds. It is a sparse and lonely place. Ooh, a random K-class. Yeah, sadly, the plugin that I bought for YouTube only supports pre-recorded videos, so live streams that are finished already, or just a pre-recorded video. I will speak to the author and see if we can figure that out. I also need to work out why it's not playing the adverts, because as far as I believe that would be a violation of YouTube's API agreement, and we can't have that. Okay, so once we go beyond this, everything's fine. So this is working fine. It's this. This is reporting false. And what intrigues me is that this is also reporting false, which it shouldn't do, because this should be reporting true. Any location within that distance of the galactic core. So why is it when this returns false, it immediately jumps down to this one being 10? What am I missing? So that I know I'm not going mad. Actually, let's make it a proper 3D one. So we just want the X and Y, and we'll leave the Z at 0. So we're only measuring the distance between that and that. So at this point, that should definitely be less than 500. Like anywhere within the galactic disk should be less than 500. Definitely between minus 100 and positive 100. Z-axis. Means a logical AND is appropriate, because this is true, and two trues make a true, so that should be true. And it's either 7, which is thick disk, or 9, which is a globular cluster. Certainly not 10. 7 or 9. See, a logical OR here would do the same job, I think. Yeah. Now, something I'm hoping to add to the bridge is bridge wings. So in the same way on real-world naval vessels, on each side of the bridge you'll have a bridge wing where you can look backwards. Obviously they use that for docking and making sure they're not crashing into the dock, but I think bridge wings would work well. So essentially this window would go out into just a small structure here where you can stand and look completely aft towards the back of the ship. Seems like a sensible thing that you'd want. The helm should probably also have more views available. We don't have a screen. All the information is displayed, in the center there. Right, let's go up and see. So spiral arm. So if I make that 350,000, that is very much correctly intergalactic space. Ignore the political state. I haven't updated the other integer thing, so that's essentially the none option. So that's fine. So a vertical height of 5,000 should definitely be thick disk. So why is 4,000 showing intergalactic space? So 4,000 would be a height of 40. It's 40 sectors high. Okay. So a value of 40 is definitely within this range, 100%. And we know that we're definitely measuring that distance there. These should definitely both be reporting true. Right, let's try making it an OR instead. No, it can't be an OR. Because it could be within that distance of the core and like really, really high up. And it would still report true. That's no good. We don't want that. Yeah, I think you're right, Aaron. I think we're at the point now where we need to know what exactly that's outputting. So let's get all printy. Right, so we want X, Y, and Z. Right, this will report both of those values, and let's make it a nice bright yellow color. Oh yeah, that flickering issue is because I don't know why, but it's when the character's teleported, and I've noticed ever since literally Unreal Engine 5.0, when you teleport a character, it does a camera flicker, and it's teleporting the character in and out of chairs. Sometimes you get it if you're teleporting between decks with like Alt 1 through 6. I've yet to determine exactly why that's doing that, but we're completely replacing the character system once we've got a talented developer on board that can make a better one. So hopefully that problem will get fixed naturally over time. Right, here we go. Okay, so up to this point, we're not triggering any output because we're not hitting that truth. Right, so as soon as we get to a Z distance of 8, right, it's because I think this one is set up to 7. Yes, that makes sense. So we're over the 8. So that's now reporting false, and because that's false, that becomes false, and that goes false. Right, makes sense. Keep going. So that is a value of 12. The distance is well within tolerance, yet. So thick disk transition is fine. Spiral arm, thick disk transition. And as soon as we hit that one, we go straight through intergalactic space. So that's at 259 and 8. So that's reporting 259, which is lower than 500, and that's reporting 8, which is definitely within that range. So this, therefore, must be true. It absolutely, completely, definitely has to be true. So is it? Typically, I didn't press that. Did I just break it? Curious. Yuki, yeah, it's definitely something I need to try and just have a look at, see how it actually looks in practice. If it looks daft, then yeah, I won't do that. Well, I would say that is, oh, I was going to say well crashed, but no, there we go, it's come back to life. We will get to the bottom of this. I think logic errors or logic bugs are probably my least favourite bug. It's when it should work but doesn't. It drives you mad. Oh, that's interesting. So why did that crash that time? I have a suspicion I may have just wired that print statement out of in a loop or something. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I actually wired that up as a loop. Just need to wait for Unreal's loop detection to trigger like that. Yeah, I did. Ugh. Honestly. Hang on, let's print out loads of stuff so we're not having to keep loading the game. Right, so the XY value is that, Z distance rather, is that. The is that, and the final integer value is whatever that is. Obviously we need two of these, so we also need it if it's false. So we want you there, and we want you there, and we want you there, and there. Boolean goes there, and there. And the integer value it's going to say it's going to might randomly select 7 or 9 different, but try it and see. Make sure I haven't looped that. No, we're all good. Let's give that one a different color. Make it red because it's wrong. Yeah, I'm wondering whether it's the range check, but then it's reporting the correct value. Although, I suppose no, that's after the fact, isn't it? We'll see what the Boolean says. Okay. Okay, so that makes even less sense because it's reporting an integer value of 7, yet it's saying intergalactic space. Yeah, that's the correct value. I mean, all of this is correct. Correct, correct, correct. Yeah, that makes it even weirder. Right, so as soon as we hit 10,000, we're in the galactic halo. Ignore the 7, that's fine. Alright, so that's fine, we know that. Alright, I'm baffled. No, this is so the only thing that could possibly be happening is this value's getting switched. Everything that this is reporting is correct. Which means that that is definitely the correct local integer. It's definitely giving it a value of 7. And yet, what we're getting here, so this value here, is flipping. And I'm wondering whether it's actually a display bug, because that would be all kinds of annoying. Let's just confirm that a sec. Well, what we're looking at is it's not the political state; it's the region type. So just grab that sec. So this value here is coming from here. It's definitely connected to sector region type. Now we're setting that on the output of this. So setting the sector type there, and then when we generate our stars, see we're setting the sector type like this. Right. Because we are reading this value from the first star, I think. I bet it's one of the stars that's causing this. See, this is exactly why this data needs to be stored separately from the star systems themselves. Like, we store it here in a sector file rather than storing it here as part of, like, what type of sector is this star system in. Because it's nice information to have for that particular star, but obviously where you've got a 3x3x3 grid, some of those stars are going to be in different sectors. So all we're doing is we're getting literally the first star in the list on the array, and then we're grabbing it from there. So the first one on the list is obviously getting the wrong sector type. But which one is it? That's the question. Which means we need to go through and check the sector types. Star types, even. Right, so the nebula is quite rightly always going to be an open cluster, so that's fine. Let's go through these in order. I think ultimately this code is fine, and I think I'll leave that because we know it's working, but I'll change that to distance 2D because that will work. So I don't think there's a problem with that. There's a problem with this. So we just need to make sure that see with that. I might just plumb these in directly. Don't think that's even needed now, so. It's going to need tidying, but I think for the sake of bug fixing, I'm going to just bypass the variable. So I think we're even using that here now. So this is a temporary solution anyway, because ultimately this data is being removed from here. So once this data structure has been finalized and the UI has been converted to use that new data structure, then this becomes irrelevant. But it's not irrelevant right now, so right now it needs fixing. Sure I'm not actually using that variable for anything in particular. No. Good. Right, so all of the generated sector locations should be using that absolute sector type variable, which, if I recall, is a local variable. So if one of those, yeah, it is. So if one of those was using this, because of that whole problem where when you collapse something to a macro, it can end up using the variable when it will never work, which means it will always report its default value, which is probably what it was doing. So, and then, although I have said this a few times now, that should have fixed it. I'm sure you're all waiting with bated breath. Okay, thick. Oh. Ah! It is truly fascinating, though, that the thick disk transition works perfectly. It's just this. See, the thing which is odd is that if this selecting a default value, actually, even then, the default value is galactic core, I think. What are we on? So, enum sector types. Let's just check. What is the default value on there? Enum sector types. So that the default value would be galactic core, not intergalactic space. So it's getting a value, either a value of 10 or it's being set specifically somewhere. So let's just specifically find all the references where it's set. So we set it here where we want it to. That's fine because that's. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh no, that doesn't matter because I was about to say we're not using the real world data once we leave there, so that is going to be spiral. There is only one real sector right now, so that doesn't have to be a consideration for the moment. Right, and again, generating sector type for SAJ is kind of redundant because we know the sector type for SAJ. It's only ever going to be the galactic core. Hang on a minute. Ah. Okay, I think I found the problem. So if the number of locations is 0, that's where it's setting it from. It means it's finding no values. Again, this won't be an issue because we're setting that data in a sector file, but why is that returning 0? The thing is, the space we're checking is the thick disk region, and the thick disk shouldn't ever be 0. So really the question we need to be asking ourselves then is, why is the thick disk region, once more I have too many tabs open, why is the thick disk region generating 0? Right, and that's going to be on a per object basis. So okay, yes. We get it right. Okay, we've got more stuff we need to print out. So we need to know what is the sector type, because this will start telling us stuff. So the type is going to be to string, yeah, that. Right, so that gives us our sector type. We then want our stellar density value. So type density. I bet the density is reporting 0. That's the only thing I can think of that will be causing that. Unless one of these is messed up. And that will be annoying because that's per star. But I reckon this is coming out with a 0 value. Yeah, to be honest, when you're debugging code, and I guess if you were writing traditional code, you would have flowcharts anyway, because obviously you flowchart your code to make sure that you don't lose your sanity. But with blueprints, it's already natively a flowchart, so debugging wise, it's really easy to see what's going on. You can literally follow the code line by flowchart by flowchart. No, it doesn't do the diagrams for you, it's just the way it's laid out. Right, okay then, so spiral arm, correct. It's all good. Thick disk transition. That's interesting. Why is that one not? Why are only the spiral arms generating? So spiral arm is generating data. Oh, there's a... Right, that tells me that there's a missing pin somewhere. There it is. Right there. So, this is probably a good example of exactly what we were just talking about. So this is the code for calculating how many stars should be in a sector based off of what type of sector it is. Now, if this was traditional code, you'd have this maybe as a function, and then you'd have your lines of code within the function. But when it's lines of code on screen, you can't visualize the logic flow like you can with the blueprints. Like here, I can literally see the logic flow in action, which means immediately I can see that that wasn't connected. So the output of this bit of code wasn't actually connected to anything. And that's really, really useful as a debugging tool. Literally, I could see it's not connected, so it's not going to work. And sure enough, this is the thick disk. So what was happening is it was generating the population of that sector and then stopping and going no further, which means for the same reason the debug wasn't outputting, so this wasn't firing because it wasn't connected. So I shall optimistically delete the debug, and once again I shall say that should have fixed it. I think it didn't help is that there were actually two issues there. So issue number one was that the actual integer value wasn't correct for a couple of the lower down classes of sector, and at the same time the thick disk one wasn't connected up properly. So two separate issues affecting the same bug, which is never good. You're right, Mr. Boyer, that was a very confident delete. I deleted that with a smile on my face because I knew that I'd fixed it. Like 100%. In fact, I'm so confident that I fixed it, I don't even need to test it because I know that I fixed it. But let's just test it anyway, he says nervously. Okay, here we go. Thick disk transition. Thick disk. Yes. Right, and it should continue to say thick disk all the way up to 10,000 units above the galactic plane. Thick disk, thick disk. Da, 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 da. Okay, almost there. Right, and then as soon as we transition across 10,000, it should say galactic halo. Ah. Okay. Right, and then just for completeness' sake. So 3, 2, 6, 100. That is the extent of the galactic halo. And that puts us into intergalactic space. If I go down by one or several, there we go. Galactic halo and intergalactic space. Right, there we go. It's working. Just taking a sigh of relief. It's fixed. It's working. Thank you. That only took, what, 2 hours? So the next job, which I'm not doing now, you know what? I've got a couple of bottles of real ale in the fridge. I might just go and crack one open. Even though it's now midnight, I might just reward myself with a bottle of real ale. Right, yeah, so let's save all, because we don't want any disasters there. Ha! Beat autosave. And I will just sort this out a minute. So that should be distance 2D. Right, so that's neat. Okay. Well, there we go. I think that's a good time to call it a night. I shall go stretch my legs. This has been a 4.5 hour stream. I haven't streamed this long in a while. Yes, we do have a GitLab instance. Obviously, that's internal though. Yeah, thank you everyone. Thanks for the looking over my shoulder and pointing out mistakes. That's always appreciated. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed my my bug fixing methodology. It's I'm sure professional industry developers will be looking at me and cringing, but I get there in the end. Okay then, thank you again everyone, and I shall see you on the next stream, which will be Wednesday at the usual time of 8 PM BST. See you then.